Each individual state has its own thing. If you grew up there, if you were born there, you kind of feel a pride about that state. So, I mean, this is just Montford, Tennessee.
I'm looking forward to just continued progression from the team out here. They put a lot of work in. There's a lot of infrastructure, longer, cleaner, more challenging course.
It's open and long and very elevated. The heavy winds that we get out here, if you're off by a little bit, you're going to get exposed. Everything is just amplified out here on this course.
For this event, I'm the defending FPO champion. I have to just take it like it's a new event, a new year, and see what happens.
Grab your cowboy boots and join the Disc Golf Pro Tour as it heads down Broadway to Mill Ridge Park in Nashville, Tennessee for the Music City Open. It's the fourth stop on the Elite Series this year, and we are back in action after an off week. Kristen Tatar, world number one, took a little trip back home to Estonia in her break, and she is back and ready to go here at MCO. We'll see if she can continue her winning ways as we welcome you inside the broadcast booth. Hello, everybody. Good morning. I'm Charlie Eisenhood alongside Juliana Korver. Juliana, Kristen Tatar, coming off of this amazing 2022 season, has not been quite as sharp in 2023, although she does have a win. What's been going on with Kristen so far this season?
Well, one thing is that we have very, very high expectations for her, so it is very hard to stay on top. But she just has not, as you mentioned, she's just not been quite as sharp, and we've seen that with her usually deadly accurate sidearms. They've just been a little bit off.
Take a look at some of the action from Open at Austin. Shots like that, we never saw that last year.
No, not at all. And we would also expect that to be dead center chains.
It's just been a couple small things not quite dialed in. She ended up finishing in 5th place at the Open at Austin. That's her first time outside the podium in quite some time. You have to go all the way back to June 2021 at the World Championships after she hadn't played for almost a year on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. And that's the last time she was not on the podium. It's a pretty incredible year for her, and it shows you why people have been thinking maybe it's been a little bit of a struggle for her to start this season. But if you look at the stats, it's not all that different from a year ago.
No, it's not. One thing is that the rest of the field continues to get much stronger, and to be honest, 5th place is still something to be very proud of.
We get ready to go here with Lisa Fakis on the tee on our second feature card this morning. Par 4, hole number 1.
On the tee from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Katrina Allen.
No birdies yet on hole number 1. Katrina, multiple-time winner here at the Music City Open.
You can see that there's slope to the land there. They are throwing down to the valley and then back up on the other side. So the farther they can get up that hill, the farther distance they will get.
And an early mistake for Tatar.
On the tee from Rosebud, Arkansas, Cat Mertz.
Cat Mertz got the cowboy hat vibes with different hat, but she's ready to go here on the first. Big cut roll.
There is an OB line on the left. She does not find that. She's in fine position.
So let's jump up ahead to the green of 1, Holland Handley. And there's your first birdie of the day here on hole number 1. Holland Handley rings it up from about 25 feet. So let's take a look at Korver's Keys, presented by Black Ink Discs, the premium disc golf store.
This course provides a lot of opportunity for shot shaping. There are big groves of trees that players need to find their way around, but in doing so, they need to make sure that they stay in bounds. There's a lot of out-of-bounds lines drawn on the ground here, so we need to stay in bounds, shape your shots, and make sure that you have the same angle, landing angle, as the ground with your discs, because there's a lot of rolling hills, and as we saw with Kat Murch, she rolled away because she didn't have the same angle there. So keep it in line, in bounds, around the trees, and you'll do well.
So Tatar, after catching trees with her tee shot, throwing her second. Still in position to card par as we go to the second. Here's Handley.
She looks to be in good position to make it a left turn to the tunnel towards the basket there.
Let's take a look at the course close-up here at Mill Ridge Park, presented by UDisc.
There's been a lot of excitement around this temporary course this year. There have been some changes, and the players really seem to be happy with it. It's a mostly open course with gently rolling hills through and around groves of trees. There's a considerable amount of artificial OB designated with string lines. Some of the rough is very rough, but often the OB line is on the short grass side of that rough, so players don't often have to do a lot of scrambling. This year, the tees come, most of the longer holes have FPO tees instead of playing from the MPO tees.
UDisc and Trash Panda are teaming up for International Course Cleanup Weekend on April 22nd and 23rd. Head to udisc.com/events to find a cleanup near you or create one of your own. Lisa Fakis throwing her second. Get used to the OB lines. We're going to see them on nearly every hole.
That's a very tough position to be in. That line of trees is a little over 100 feet from the pin, and it is very hard to get through that. So she might have to, I'm not sure how close she is, she might have to just try to pitch out on the left-hand side so she can get to the basket on her next shot.
Tatar lying to that's that line of trees Juliana's talking about.
That looks pretty good. It's got to come back a little bit towards the basket. She's inside the circle.
So she'll have that for par. Let's take a look at the Canna current conditions. It is damp, chilly, and a little drizzly out there this morning, and wind already up.
Yes, I'm glad that we're inside today. It is very cold out there, and just during practice this week, it was as warm as 80 degrees, so quite a change in a few days.
Lots of rain Wednesday and Thursday, some swampy areas on the course. Players will have to navigate that. Allen's forehand low.
Because of the really thick grass and the wet conditions, we're probably not going to see a lot of skips out there.
Checking in on the scoreboard early. Not a lot of big numbers. It's going to be kind of a gridded out day. Just 3 players under par. But lots of heavy hitters taking the course here this morning late. Our feature card getting set to tee off just a few minutes. And I think it's notable, the course is very focused on both dealing with the wind conditions, which could change dramatically throughout the weekend, as well as the slope. I mean, you can see right here on hole 1 how much undulation there is.
Quite often the slope is sloping down towards an OB line as well.
Lisa Fakis punches into the trees just to the right of the basket.
There are quite a few par 4s on this course, and with the damp conditions, the footing is going to be a little bit soggy, and it's going to be a little bit harder to get power in your run-up.
Katrina's third shot leaves her with a short putt for par. Cat Merch feeling the Nashville spirit a little bit this morning. And just the punch out. We go back to 2. Holland Handley tied for the lead after the lone birdie so far on hole 1, throwing her second shot on the par 4 second.
You can't line it up much better than that. Got caught up by the low ceiling there. She was being aggressive. It's a good 200 feet from the edge of those trees to the pin. But you just need to keep it a little bit lower than that.
Clean up shot. What's made hole 1 so difficult? Is it the conditions here or just the length of this hole?
Hole 1 is a hard birdie in good conditions. Not only is it fairly long, but when you're coming through the gap off the tee pad, if you're trying to get a lot of height to get up that hill, then you're potentially going to fall back left when there's an OB line on the left-hand side.
Tatar misses the par putt. She's got a smile, but we saw in the Open a putt miss just like that. Off the chains, out left, maybe not quite fully committed. So she will bogey here on 1.
Early this year, she said she was using the beginning events as warm-up for her season.
Oh, off the band for Lisa Fakis. She'll have a short putt for bogey. And the rough on this course is quite challenging. Although they've cleaned it up a lot since last year, taken out some of the thorn bushes, it's still, you do not want to get into the trees. Allen for par. Solid putt and solid par for Katrina. Kept Murch in for the bogey. Fakis also takes the bogey. And Tatar will drop in for a bogey as well. So tough start on hole number 1. 3 players sitting under par, all tied at 1 down. We're going to take a break. We'll be back at the Music City Open. When you're up against the wall and you cannot fall, so go off, go off, go off, go off, so go off, go off, go off, go off, go off.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature. It's the lucky shots. It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge.
It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc or 2 and let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Should have brought some snacks.
I got you.
Ah!
I got you. I got you. I got you.
Oh, Karen, do you know where hole 17 is?
I got you!
Is that a compass? Karen, why do you have this?
Ethan, just help me. We gotta get this set up.
Okay.
It's getting dark.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, 2 young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
I think disc golfing can improve our community in many ways. It brings people together.
That maybe some of these kids who feel a little bit lost could find something like disc golf, find friends, find people to come together and play the sport.
Encouraging people to work together, kids to know one another, love one another.
A way for these kids to have a really fun thing to do together.
I think that's what we need in the world, love one another and do life together.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Disc was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
While I do have a lot of different versions of the Thrasher in my bag, the main go-tos are those Thrashers that I got when I first joined the team. And that just tells you how consistent those stock runs are.
Welcome to Music City Disc Golf. We are a 501c3 nonprofit public charity here in Nashville, Tennessee. We strive on including men, women, juniors, and providing competition for all skill levels. We would like you to come be a part of Music City Disc Golf.
The Music City Open is presented by Lone Star Disc. Let it fly. Paige Pierce was red hot in Austin, playing at home in Texas, and she was dialed in, knocking down some big putts, Juliana.
What I found notable about Paige's performance in Austin was the lack of visible tension. She looked and played carefree, and it translated into some great golf.
We have seen her play some of her best golf when she's not as focused on trying to play her best, it seems like. And that's when she has been very sharp. And she got her first win of the 2023 season, as she's now looking to go back-to-back for the first time since last year around this time. She won and Champions Cup. And, of course, winning at Texas States before that. So it's been a while since she's won 2 in a row. Looking in good spirits this morning.
I believe that's the same caddy she had in Austin as well.
Hole 2, Katrina Allen on the tee.
Kat flirting with the OB on the left-hand side.
Back to Holland Handley on the third. This is her third shot.
This is hole 2.
Absolutely right. Back to the tee. Tatar. Unusual miss there from Tatar.
Way too low on that shot.
Madison Walker knocks down the par. She remains at even through 2. Feature card getting set to tee off.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Music City Open FPO feature card. On the tee, Carolina, Deanne Carey.
Deanne Carey finished tied for 4th last year at the Music City Open. Reminder that last year this was a Silver Series event. It's been moved to the Elite Series this year. Carey just catches one of the lowest branches.
On the tee from Pensacola, Florida.
There's a very tiny downward slope to this tee pad, which makes it a little bit hard to get the right timing of your release, which is important to be able to make it through the gap. That is ideal.
And a little ground play for Pierce. She's in great position.
On the tee from Beacon, New York, Missy Gannon.
Missy, the 2022 Music City Open champion.
Another good position.
On the tee from Morristown, Tennessee, Macy Valadian.
Macy finished 3rd here last year.
Oh, shit. Four-wheeling today. I did not bring the truck.
And a nice shot there from Vela Diaz. We go back over to 2 with Kristen Tatar.
Kristen was so short off the tee that she really just needs to lay up to that gap, and she did so nicely. She's penetrate a little bit, she'll be able to make the turn and go towards the green.
On the green now with Handley. Putting for par. And just missing it. Chain out right. Going to give back the birdie on one right away. So she'll drop back to even par, and that leaves just Holly Finley under par on the course right now. How does the soft ground affect players? I mean, you've been out there on the course. Can you get a good run-up?
Most likely not. It's going to slow down your run-up a little bit, which is going to change your timing a tad. So it will definitely affect distance and potentially player's line as well.
Let me take a look here at the overhead shot of hole number 1 and the drives. See Paige Pierce out in front. And that blue area, that's the birdie zone.
It's still not an easy shot from there. They have to go left of the line of trees on the right-hand side and try to curve it back to the right towards the basket. Remember, there is an OB line along the entire left-hand side, right by the edge of the trees.
Birdie Pro, the pro version of the popular Birdie board game, is live on Kickstarter right now. Back to 2. Katrina throwing her second.
Very nice shot. She was off to the left on her first drive, so she had to hyzer around into the gap, and she came close to circle 1. It's well done.
Carry after the short tee shot. May have gotten caught up in those trees, but just snuck around the left edge. Back to 2, to Tar. Inside the circle. She'll be putting for par.
Fortunate kick to be in front of that. She still has a, well, actually, I mean, she's inside circle 2, and it's Missy, so she's got an opportunity.
Back to 2. Katrina Allen putting for birdie. Oh, drops it in.
Beautiful height, beautiful shot.
So Katrina on the board and under par. She's into a tie for first with that putt from 38 feet. Vela Diaz with the power forehand. Fantastic shot from Macy.
Second shot here really does set up well for the power forehand. It allows you to take that line of trees out of play.
Let's take a look at that again. A spicy shot here from Macy Vela Diaz. Perfect execution on the forehand. And that is your spicy shot of the day. The Halal guys strive to delight each customer with unparalleled hospitality and mouthwatering food at great prices. Tatar for par. Solid putt. Tatar remains 1 over. Pierce from the fairway.
Pierce was so close that she was able to throw a slower disc around that corner. didn't turn it quite enough, but she's looks like she's still inside of circle 1.
So now Katrina, just the only player under par right now. Nina Guerrero will be making her DGPT debut right after this. Here she is. This is hole number 3. Very technical shot.
Yes. Through the V. Let's go. Get down. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Nice shot. Yeah.
Inside circle 1 for Nina Guerrero. And she'll have a look for birdie out of Bowling Green, Kentucky. So Deanne forced to just kind of pitch out.
Looks like she caught the foliage there as it's flying out of the rough.
Circle 2 look for birdie for Missy.
Gave it a chance.
Back to 3. Guerrero. No. A touch high. She'll have to settle for par after the great tee shot. And here is Ella Hansen. She's putting for bogey. About 25 feet. She sticks it, and that drops her to 1 over par. So carry up under the basket. Tough hole 1. And it's going to be a very tricky angle there for Paige Pierce, but first let's go back to Katrina on 3. Pierce from the woods. Oh, nearly got it in, but off the top of the cage. So a very stingy hole number 1 this morning. But Macy Villa-Diaz is going to have a tap-in birdie coming up for just the second birdie of the day. Oh, and just a nightmare start for Deanne. She's now putting for a triple bogey. Pierce taps in. She takes her par. Missy Gannon in for the par as well. And Villa-Diaz with about as perfect a birdie as you can get on hole number 1. Oh my goodness.
It just keeps getting worse for Deanne.
Wow. Well, John Rahm started with a double bogey yesterday at the Masters and finished 7 under on his round. So Deanne can maybe take some of that energy into the rest of this round. Tatar catching an early tree with the forehand. So 3 miscues with the forehand off the tee to start for Tatar. tough start to this course. I mean, the course starts hard, finishes hard. We'll see the island hole and the tricky tee shots late in the round as well.
The wind really makes a difference on the finishing holes in this course.
Here's the second shot from Tatar on 3, and another mistake.
This hole is only 277 feet, but it has consistently been the least favorite hole by the players.
What do players not like about it?
It's not easy to see the desired flight path. In fact, we heard Paige say that she thinks that the only way to get there is with the forehand roller.
It's a very unusual hole. Tatar off the base of the basket. So the feature card getting set to tee off on hole number 2. Tailwind, left to right. Wind starting to pick up a bit. You see the flags starting to move in the background.
First part of this fairway is wedge shaped. There's string OB along the left hand side, and then the wood lines is the OB on the right hand side.
That needs to come out of that quick. But that's been blasted into the OB. Gannon. Oh, same mistake from Missy Gannon.
Slightly unexpected, saying that we've got a tailwind on this hole, which would make the disc a little bit more overstable. So it looks as if they are overcompensating for that wind.
Back to 3. That's Katrina's second shot. It's not going to be an easy putt from there.
Certainly not.
Madison Walker getting set to throw her second shot on the par 5 fourth. 814 feet.
The basket is tucked back in the left, though you want to stay on the right-hand side if you can to have a better line into the green.
Towering Anheuser shot for Walker, who just needs to get close. She's been hot on the green to start her round. Just looks like a pitch up there from Allen. Let's take a look here at hole number 2.
This is a 608-foot par 4. The initial part is wedge shape, and it is slightly downhill. It's lined by OB string on the left that funnels shots to a pinch point at the opening between the groupings of trees. At this hinge, the hole turns about 30 degrees to the left. It's a moderately wide opening, and there is a low clearance, so players need to throw underneath the limbs. And we have about 200 feet from the opening of the tunnel to the green. OB is as close as 21 feet back left of the pin and about 35 feet behind the pin.
Let's send it down to the third member of our broadcast team, Nate Perkins, on the fairway on 2. What do Missy and Paige have coming up here, Nate?
Yeah, I just overheard them joking about how extreme their miss off the tee was here on hole 2. They're looking at about 310 feet into the green for their third, and they're pretty pinched. They only have about 10 to 12 feet of airspace to deal with. Pretty tough shot here coming up.
Is he going aggressive? Catches a tree right side and kicks into the trees on the left. So we'll be looking to just get up and down for bogey from there.
That is the right kick that you want, being that the OB line continues all the way on the right-hand side, but is a little bit more generous on the left-hand side. We just saw Paige practicing a run-up and her right foot slipping out from underneath her. So it looks like she's going to choose to do a standstill instead of a run-up due to the wet conditions.
It does push through, and although it's flirting with the OB on that left side, she gets the green flag. Should be an easy up and down.
Yeah, there's a lot of little trees between her and the basket yet. I'm not sure I'd say easy, but doable.
Back to hole 4, Madison Walker. Throwing her third shot on the par 5.
The basket is tucked in left, so she pulled that out to the right. She should have a straight-on look at it, but probably not a birdie opportunity there.
Kat Murch knocks in the par putt on 3. So she remains at 1 over. And right now, that's in a tie for 9th. Logjam at even par. And just Macy Villa-Diaz sitting under par at the moment. Where do you expect scores to end up today?
If I would have given you that my expectation before we started, I would have been way off. There are a lot of birdies out there, and I thought we would possibly see 6, 7 under. But in these conditions, it is just not scoreable right now. So it looks like anything under par is going to be a very good score at the end of the day.
Villa-Diaz gets a couple skips, and that will check up shy of the circle.
That was a really good shot. I think she kept that low on purpose so that she didn't ricochet right or left into the rough. She's still in the open. She should have a very easy up and down for par. She was not quite in line with the opening, so she couldn't be aggressive going for the birdie there.
Allen on the tee of 4.
Staying out left on the tee shot on number 4 gives you a nice line through the grouping of trees to get to the other side of the valley for your second shot.
First backhand off the tee from Tatar today.
Worked well for her.
Macy Gannon trying to find her footing in the trees. Let's send it down to Nate. It's looking pretty soft out there, Nate. What's the ground conditions like?
Yeah, we had about an inch of rain on Thursday, and Charlie, the ground is honestly terrible out here. It did not drain well at all. We just saw Paige opt to go for a standstill when she would have likely gone with a run-up if the fairways were dry. And I think distance off the tee is going to play a much larger role. If they can go standstill into the green, they're going to be much better off.
Oh, thank you, Nate. And I was out here walking around yesterday, and it was very soft pretty much everywhere, but there were spots on the course where there was standing water. So we'll keep an eye on that today as Gannon pitches up into the circle. It's certainly not really feeling like a Tennessee spring out here right now.
Well, Tennessee and Kentucky, this area does get an awful lot of rain.
That's fair.
Throughout the year, so actually it's not all that unusual.
I was just hoping for warmer temperatures. Tatar, second shot on the fourth.
On both, hole number 4, on both the first and the second shots, you actually want to pull up wide on the high side of the fairway so that you've got a better line on the next shot.
2 meters from, you can also take relief when you're not on me. Yeah.
You can see just how close Pierce was to going out of bounds for the second time. Nice touch on the short forehand. So Pierce will be putting for bogey. Madison Walker's fourth shot on the par 5.
The land slopes drastically away past that ridge, so you need to make sure that you stay a little bit shy of that.
So Gannon had that for bogey. Tap in double bogey coming up after going OB off the tee shot. Your leader, Macy Villa-Diaz, throwing her third.
Did you hear my ankle pop? So it's bad.
So things going well for Macy so far. She'll remain under par with a short putt. One of the very few players left on the course that does not have a bogey yet. Oh, Pierce chain out left. So she will not save the bogey.
I'm a little surprised that it did fall off left. It looked like it was on line. It had good pace. Looked like it just spun off the chains.
Deanne in for bogey. So here's Pierce double bogey putt. So she drops to 2 over. Same for Missy Gannon. And Macy Vela-Diaz escapes unscathed with the par to remain at 1 down. So let's hear from Paige Pierce at yesterday's press conference talking about hole 3.
I heard that you are throwing a forehand roller off one of the tees here. Which hole is that, and can you talk about that?
Yeah, hole 3, I think if you're not throwing it, I don't know what you're doing on it. I think it's definitely the play. And actually, while we were playing it yesterday, 2 of the staff members drove by and they were like, you figured it out. So yeah, I think it's the only like true shot to the basket in my personal opinion. So it's fun. It's fun. It reminds me of playing catch with my dog, and he loves chasing the rollers. So you just got to miss this one little stump, which for me, I just pretend Torben's the stump and just don't hit Torben in the head. Land it right over his head and zoop, right to the basket. Yeah.
All right.
Hopefully
Paige.
it goes that easy.
Well, let's take a look at hole 3 and what makes it so tricky.
This is 277 feet. It's a par 3. It is flat. There is a mando early off the tee on the right that forces players to stay down the middle of the trees. There is also OB surrounding on the outside of the trees, but really there's no way to get out there anyway. So players just have to find a way to make it down this gap. And if you look at the scores so far, not many have. This grouping of trees right on the left here is about 55 feet from the pin. There is OB behind the basket that is just inside of circle 1.
Definitely talked to a few players this week that had expressed a little bit of dislike for this hole, but maybe they needed to try the forehand roller. We'll see what Pierce tries.
It'll be interesting to see how many people do it tomorrow first, after seeing if there is success with Paige's route today.
Vela-Diaz on the box. She just goes with a standard forehand. See that Mando right side as we bounce back over to 4 with Allen. And here's Holland Handley. She birdied the 4th and throwing her tee shot on hole number 5.
Hole number 5 is another par 4.
Tatar on the 4th.
This is her 3rd shot into the green. Remember, the green slopes away behind.
Backhand looking sharp for Tatar. All right, Paige Pierce on the tee, going forehand roller. Well, didn't see the tree, so we'll see again tomorrow. Oh, this is a nice line from Gannon. I think she just caught the tree. And the good news is I don't think she hit the dog on the head on the way through on the stump. So. Great approach from Allen. Back to hole 5, Handley. Sitting at even par, tied for 3rd.
Holland needs to throw through the grouping of trees. The basket is at least 350 feet back straight from where she's at through the tree line. There is OB on the right-hand side. It's behind that grouping of trees.
Back to 3. Pierce throwing her 2nd. Outside the circle putt for par coming up for Pierce.
It's a limited edition.
Very nice shot. Heisering through that right to left gap.
Macy Villa-Diaz hails from Morristown, Tennessee, just east of Knoxville. Smoky Mountains. Tatar for birdie. Got it. So she's on the board with a birdie. Brings her back to 1 over. Well played hole from Tatar. And there's Allen with a drop-in birdie, and she gets to under par, so she's up into a tie for first place. Back to 5. Madison Walker throwing her second shot.
Looked like that was too far on the right-hand side. She might have found the OB there.
She looked a little perplexed as to how she ended up there.
That wasn't all that unsimilar to Holland's shot that also looked like it faded off to the right. Missy sneaking it through the gap there for what will hopefully be an easy par.
Carey currently sitting 4 over after taking that triple on hole 1.
She's got to watch out. There is OB behind that, but I think she's safe.
And I need to correct myself. She's actually at 5 over. It was a quadruple bogey. That's been corrected on the scorecard. Pierce for a long par. Well committed, but high and off the top of the basket. Well, this is not an easy putt coming back. Just enough. So Pierce takes the bogey. She is at 3 over. 4 shots off the lead. Carey. In for bogey. Drops her to 6 over. Well, Macy Villa-Diaz trying to keep the clean sheet going. And she's got it. So she remains at 1 under and in a tie for first with Katrina Allen and Sarah Gilpin. More Music City Open on the other side.
Here we are at the International Disc Golf Center. The course is just shining for the competitors.
This place means a lot. It's the type of course that where as soon as you think you have it figured out, it shows its teeth.
At a major tournament, there's a different kind of feeling.
Make your career go to the next step. You need to win a major.
We show where we came from and hopefully show where we're going with events like this weekend.
Okay, this is Charger. I heard a lot of good things about the disc. Let's see if they're true, what they say. That was my actual first shot with that disc ever. So I have to say, works pretty okay. So just go now and get yourself one charger. They are amazing.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
Welcome back to Mill Ridge Park and Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the 2023 Music City Open, presented by Lone Star Disc. Macy Vela-Diaz holding down a bogey-free round so far. There has never been a bogey-free FPO round on tour at Mill Ridge. But hey, 3 for 3 for Macy. Interestingly, Vela-Diaz tied for the best birdie rate here at Mill Ridge for players who have played all of the Elite Series or Silver events here at the Music City Open. 29% birdie or better. Madison Walker, after going out of bounds a moment ago, in for the bogey on hole 5. So just Macy Vela-Diaz remains bogey free. That was, Madison was there with her until right there. Here's Holland Handley for par. Nails it. Lots of color on Holland's scorecard. Pierce. Big drive from Paige Pierce. Back to Allen on the 5th.
Little short on that particular shot. The play in hole 5 is to throw straight, try to line yourself up with one of 2 specific gaps, and then throw through the gaps towards the basket, which is protected by this out of bounds rough area.
So very bunched scores right now. See some players coming in under par late in the round. Sarah Gilpin, 1 down with 18 to play.
Hole 4 also has players throwing straight off the tee, turning and then throwing through the line of trees.
We just mentioned Sarah Gilpin. Let's take a look at her scorecard as she goes into the 18th. A lot of pars, but I feel like that's a pretty good strategy on a day like this.
Yes, on a cold day with an unsure footing, that's very good strategy.
Perfect putting inside the circle. No out-of-bounds strokes. And you talked about it in your Korver's keys. The OB strokes can be very costly out here.
We saw Missy off the tee here. She turned a little bit off to the right and thus made her throw another turnover shot. She wasn't lined up with either of those gaps, making it a little bit harder to get through there. She did so nicely, but really was not able to set herself up for a birdie on this hole.
Tatar up inside the circle. She'll have a putt for par. A footing.
Yes, once again evaluating how her run-up is going to go. She did slip a little bit.
Very high and very left.
If you're going to be left or right in that particular place, I think she's on the better side. She should still be able to see.
Note to self, next time you will not.
No, I'm sorry, I'm getting 4 and 5 mixed up there. So I believe she slipped down on the left-hand side, so she's going to be blind. The basket is going to be blind from where she's at.
Holland going huge here on the 6th and gets over the OB and gets the green flag. Allen. Dead center but low. She'll putt for bogey, which will drop her back to even par.
You can just see the base of the basket on the upper left, well, upper right-hand side of the screen, but left-hand side of the fairway.
330 feet to the green for Gannon. Circle 2 look.
Yep. The fairway does slope a little bit uphill, so that played, though it was 330, it would have played like more like 340, 350.
Macy about 20 feet closer. See the wind whipping right to left. With a downward sloping green and the wind blowing that direction, it makes this a little trickier than usual.
She plays it out wide. Gives herself an opportunity.
Uphill putt from the edge of the circle for Vela Diaz. That'll be for a birdie look. So chance to go to 2 down. She would be the first player to crack 2 under par today.
Not sure she's going to go for that one, as it's going to be going back into a headwind on a raised basket.
Tatar in for par. And Allen drops in for bogey. Here's Ella Hansen on hole 6 after a big drive on the par 5. Second shot.
Very nice shot. This is one of those examples where you really are forced to shape it around that grouping of trees, but then you also have to know where the OB is because you've got danger on both the right and the left side.
Blind shot for Pierce. Ooh, buzzes the basket. Leaves it at about 30 feet.
Similar location to Macy's.
Let's take a look at the Zuka replay. This came pretty close, JK.
Just a little wide.
Well, keep in mind, on hole 16, there is an ace pot. If you hit the hole-in-one on 16, you win a brand new Gibson guitar. One of the sponsors here, local Nashville institution. Long birdie putt for Gannon. Oh, beautiful.
No fear of the slope on the green for Missy.
So Gannon gets her first birdie of the round, brings her back to 1 over. Carey trying to match.
Very good effort. Good speed, nice line, just a little bit low.
So Deanne will tap in, and now we get the uphill putts from the other side for Vela Diaz and Pierce. They're both looking for a birdie.
Putting uphill into a headwind.
Slightly left to right. Page nails it.
Great putt.
Not quite there from Vela Diaz.
You were asking me earlier, Charlie, about rollaways, and when I was out on the course, I really didn't see any. The grass out there is very thick, and now it's mushy and thick, and we don't see a lot of, thankfully we're not seeing a lot of rollaways.
Well, another look at the Macy Vela Diaz putt. Big money Missy. She's won some cash with putts like that over the last couple of seasons. And that is your patented putt of the day from Missy Gannon. The Sunstein patented shot, winning intellectual property. Gannon long been one of the best putters on tour. She's currently second on tour in Circle 1X putting and fourth in Circle 2 putting, 20% on the season so far. Here's Tatar on the 6th. And let's move up the fairway to Holland Hanley, who had the longest tee shot in her group. It's her second shot.
Very nice position. Where Holland is, you can turn 20 degrees left and drive down the fairway there towards the pin. Not sure that is left enough to be able to see that opening. She might have to throw over the top of that line of trees.
Missy takes the box on hole 5.
Hole 5 is 587 feet. It's a par 4.
It's an unusual hole shape for the tour these days, kind of a horseshoe.
It is. You throw straight off the tee, and then you're going to turn about 90 degrees to the right, and hopefully you're lined up with one of 2 obvious gaps through the trees.
Paige in a great position after her tee shot. So let's take a look here at hole number 5.
OB lines define both the right and the left side. On the right side, it is inside of the tall grass and not on the edge, as we have seen a few times already. Players throw straight off the tee in hopes of lining up with one of the 2 gaps where the fairway turns 90 degrees to the right. I like the second gap better, as it gives you a better angle to the pin. Once we get around here, we can see this grouping of trees on the right-hand side. That obscures the pin. The basket is pretty close to right behind that, and the OB does come on the outside of that grouping of trees as well. The OB front and right of the pin is inside of Circle 1.
As we get a look from our Flight Factory drone, it's got it up in the air now that the rain has cleared the area, and we're hoping for improving conditions from here on out through the weekend. And a cool look at the shape of this hole from the overhead view. So let's jump back over to hole number 6. Handley throwing her 3rd shot. Going high, Spike Heiser forehand. Sounds like it was pretty good.
Based on the crowd, she did find the short grass on that shot.
That shot about 15 feet from the pin, so birdie putt coming up for Handley.
Thank you.
Good look at the 2 gaps. Carey going turnover to the right. talking things over. Missy a little bit long of where you want to be.
She's still got a good line through the gap. Should allow her to hyzer off right in front of that grouping of trees on the left. Didn't pull it as far left as she wanted, but she's still in fine position for par.
Back to 6. Tatar throwing 3. Sorry, this is her second shot, that is. So she just pitches up and over. Kind of a winding fairway on 6. We'll get a look at that in a second. You can hear the wind starting to pick up. It's a headwind shot for the players coming through this gap.
It's a great position. She'll be able to see the basket from there.
Forehand has been looking excellent from Vela Diaz early in the round. So just a little bit too far right there for Pierce. Here's Katrina Allen with her third shot on 6. Here's Nina Guerrero throwing her fourth shot on 6.
Oh, beautiful approach.
Welcome to the Disc Golf Pro Tour, Nina Guerrero. Almost rings it up.
Kristen's third shot.
Let's send it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, we just saw Paige, not quite the shot she was looking for, now throwing up inside the basket. But what happened there on her second shot?
Yeah, so Paige actually decided to club up after watching the headwind kind of break Macy's forehand shot over. And I think this is kind of a good example of why we're not really seeing a lot of birdies here, because as played without wind, this track is scoreable, but with the wind, it just takes so much speed to fight and find the greens here.
Great stuff, Nate. So this is Macy throwing her third on the approach. Well executed. Out there with her husband on the bag as usual. Missy puts it to about 7 feet. So that'll be par putt coming up for Missy. Carey with a poor approach. Maybe the wind's causing some issues there. Here's Ella Hansen putting for birdie on 6. And she's got it. So that brings her back to 1 over, 2 shots off the lead. Handley, even closer for birdie. And she ties Macy Vela Diaz at 1 down. Co-leader now early in this first round at the Music City Open. Well, it's been a tough morning so far for Deanne Carey. Oh, and a short miss for Pierce. That's a rare mistake from Paige. Vela Diaz keeping the clean scorecard going. Another par. It's 4 in a row. Pierce in for bogey. Deanne Carey also takes the bogey. And Missy in for par. Back to 6. Katrina throwing her 4th shot. Wind sending that one all over the place.
Right, you could see the wind really affecting that shot, and I think that is getting into the minds of the players. Even Paige on the green, I think she was trying to keep her putt nice and low and keep it underneath the wind and just put it too low.
And another misfire from Tatar on the forehand almost ends up putting it out of bounds. Long putt coming up as we take a look at the flyover on the undulating hole 6.
This is an 849-foot par 5. The first shot plays left of the line of trees that you can see just on the upper right-hand corner. There is an elbow to the OB on the left. You just need to get past the elbow. You're throwing towards these 4 green poles right here. Then it turns significantly to the right, but you need to be careful because all of these groupings of trees on the right-hand side are out of bounds. So I guess in one sense, if you do end up OB, you get to take it back to the fairway. On the left-hand side, you don't have that luxury. The out-of-bounds line runs through the trees on the left-hand side, so you can find yourself with a really tricky, rough landing there. This really challenges players' knowledge of the course and knowledge of their distance as they're throwing these blind shots through the groupings of trees.
Katrina feeling like the wind caused her problems there. As Tatar, left side chain out. So here's Missy Gannon on the tee on the par 5.
This looks good. You want to be left of those trees, but yet keep it inside the ropes.
Nate, how is the wind playing down there, and how does that affect these tee shots?
Yeah, Charlie, this is one of the holes with the biggest differences from practice. We had that wind out of the southwest all week, which lent to a tailwind here on the 6th, and now they're playing into pretty much a direct headwind, slight right to left, and it is making this tee shot very difficult.
Couple clean shots so far. Pierce, that one's pretty far left, and it's going to trickle out of bounds. Didn't really get as much turn as maybe you would have expected given the headwind. As we go over to hole 7, co-leader Holland Handley on a bit of a treacherous tee pad.
This is a blind downhill shot. There is OB on both the right hand and left hand side, though I didn't think it was going to come into play, but this wind definitely makes it hard to stay in the middle.
Well, you hear her say she liked it out of her hand, and it just got flipped and rode right all the way out of bounds. Ella Hansen coming off the birdie on 6. One of just 2 birdies there on the day so far. She saw what happened to Holland's disc and corrected with more hyzer.
She's left of the pin, but she's easily inbounds. She'll have a little bit of a tricky shot approaching the basket with the trees on the left-hand side. Charlie, you mentioned that that tee pad looks treacherous, and many of the tee pads here are built up like that. Not quite as high as that one, but this is a temporary course, so a lot of the tee pads are removable, and there's plenty of room, but it can get in your head that you could fall off the end of the tee pad. That particular one that we just saw on 7 does have a space beyond the turf so that there is a step-through area.
We heard about it a lot in the press conference. They've procured some land across the street from Mill Ridge where they have a huge forested area which they may try to carve out a new woods course. So we could see this Music City Open layout change in the future. Certainly this tournament, which has been running since 2010, first as a B tier, then an A tier, and a national tour in 2021. It's been on lots of different courses in the area, but it's found a home now here at Mill Ridge.
Beautiful use of the drone here. You can really see the shape of the fairway. Deanne is safe, but she is tucked right of that grouping of trees, and she's going to have a tough shot from there.
Macy hunting and finding. Oh, not done yet. Going to the forehand.
Great placement. Macy really much more comfortable with her power forehand, likes to rely on that.
Macy, one of the winners so far on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in this 2022-2023 season. Trying to get her first Elite Series win. That is not a good place to be.
Yeah, I'll probably be in the woods, but...
Well, you went way around this corner, so
yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Well, mentioned Macy Vela Diaz getting the win back at the Lake Marshall Open to kick off this 2023 season, although of course that event taking place back in the fall of 2022, part of the wraparound couple of tournaments to begin the year. Interesting, no repeat winners yet this season.
That is very interesting, and that hasn't happened for this period of time, maybe ever.
Ever. It's the most we've ever seen to start a DGPT season. Obviously, lots of players in the field that could become the first to get a repeat win. Macy hoping to become that player, and here's someone who doesn't have a win yet, but is looking good so far. Holland Handley, currently tied for the lead. She's tied for the most birdies today of any player on the course with 3. That's through just 6 holes.
Holland really taking advantage of her power on this course. Really helps her out.
Course going out of bounds off the tee shot. But a nice touch approach should limit the damage. She'll putt for bogey from circle 1. Gannon. That's pushing towards OB. And I think that skipped out. And you see the red flag. And just not quite enough turn.
She was lined up very nicely. She had a good look at the basket, which is sometimes hard to do on that hole.
Hansen for birdie. Not trying to do anything crazy here, just lays up and will take a par. Macy. Back to the forehand. Beautiful. She has just looked dialed. That putt from circle 1 coming up for birdie.
Macy's really been playing the appropriate amount of aggressiveness for the conditions today.
And just taking advantage of the more overstable discs to fight the wind. Oh, that's way left. And that is out of bounds. So struggles continue for Deanne Carey. Here's par putt for Madison Walker. She ticks it off the band. So one of her, really just her first miss, honestly, on the green all day long. She's got 4 makes from 27 feet, and she hit from 38 feet for a par on hole 2, but couldn't come up with that one.
Hole 7 has not given up a birdie yet today.
I see a little Music City Open initials there on the ground. That's perfectly designed for the drawing. What's Paige Pierce looking for here, Nate?
Yeah, she's taking her time just to even get to the lie, which is never a good sign. And she was looking high, and now it kind of looks like she's looking for a little punch out forehand, but it's pretty dense in there, Charlie.
Uh-oh. It got out, but Nate, did that end up going back across into the OB on the other side?
It rolled straight OB, Charlie. Terrible result there from the rough.
Brutal. So Pierce ends up out of bounds.
From the out of bounds on her drive to the rough to the out of bounds on her third shot.
So she's lying 5. Double bogey, probably the best result at this point. Well, it's going to be a challenge just to get the double bogey from there. Grinder of a course so far today. Holland Handley for bogey after going OB on her tee shot. Little high on the putt, but it sticks. She drops back to even par. Fifth shot for Carey. Well, it just hasn't really been sharp with the approaches.
That's the second sidearm approach that we've seen that ended up close to the edge of circle 1.
Missy about to step up for a circle 2 par putt. But first, it's going to be Pierce for double bogey. Well, gave it a chance, but triple bogey for Pierce, going to drop her to 6 over par. th place. Gannon for par. Well, Lean didn't get it to move. She just pushes it right. Bogey coming up for Missy Gannon. When it rains, it pours. Aside from the circle 2 Missy Gannon make, I don't think we've seen a big putt go in yet from our feature card. Carey. Puts it in for double bogey. Drops her to 9 over. Pierce in for the triple bogey after going OB twice. Let's check in with Kristen Tatar on the 7th.
She's got to look at the basket. She'll be in circle 2, slightly downhill.
Holland Handley teeing off on 8. Well, it looked like it was going to be great, and I think it caught a root and bounced the wrong direction.
little high. Probably going to push it off to the left. Should be an easy 3 land.
Vela Diaz for birdie. Got it. The clean scorecard remains, and she becomes the first player to get to 2 under. A little fired up there, and she's got a 2-shot lead heading into hole 7. We'll be back in a moment.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Drama all the way to the final hole. Kristen to win the Waco Annual Charity Open. She's done it. Kristen to tar.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's the lucky shots. It's the feeling.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or 2, and let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At Tintin Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
It's always so exciting when we get new plastics of the Passion, but I always end up falling back on the stock ones. And I like to say its closest counterpart is the Buzz. I think my absolute favorite way to throw it is dead straight and just watch the beauty of a straight flight. They've become a staple in the Discraft lineup and also in people's bags, and to know that people everywhere are enjoying the Passion as much as I am, that's just really exciting for me.
Welcome back to Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the Music City Open. Round number 1. Here's Holland Handley putting for a birdie on hole 8, just inside 40 feet. Oh, yeah.
Beautiful putt. Little left, basket catches it.
So Handley back to under par. She's 1 down, 1 shot off of the leader, Macy Vela Diaz. Great putt. We haven't seen too many of those today.
Here's a good look at hole 7 from the sky. You can see the tall grass patches. The line in the grass actually lines up pretty well with the basket that is just tucked behind the trees on the left-hand side.
Let's send it down to Nate Perkins. This has looked like a tricky tee shot so far. Nate, tell us about it.
Yeah, this is the windiest that it's felt all morning. 20-mile-per-hour gusts here, and probably the most demanding tee shot that they're faced, headwind right to left, so they really have to focus in on the initial nose angle on the drives here.
We've seen kind of a little everything. Katrina's shot got up a little high in the air, pushed it left. We saw Holland Handley overturn her disc out of bounds right.
There is a considerable elevation loss here. It's approximately 35 feet. The basket is approximately 35 feet below the tee.
Some kind of hold up on the tee, so we're going to check in with Kristen Tatar. 8th.
Hole 8 is 315 feet, but it actually plays a lot longer than it looks because of the low ceiling.
Bella Diaz up first. No birdies yet on hole 7, and a lot of shots that end up over there.
Though it is downhill, this is a 436-foot shot, so it is a long way.
Wind picking that one up in the air. Missy over there with Macy. Back to 8, Katrina Allen.
It's a nice shape.
Doesn't quite bounce into the green, but she'll have a look from outside the circle. To 9, Handley.
It's got to get down. There is another low ceiling on this shot as well. She's in the fairway.
Fortunate kick. Pierce.
Pierce ends up in the same location or relatively similar to both Missy and Macy.
I think the headwind just making that hole inaccessible for birdie today. Hansen throwing her second on the 9th.
Little lax out of the hand, catches the right side.
Feature card coming down the cut through in the grass. Kind of a cool looking shot. It's kind of, it evokes to me Maple Hill, but grasses instead of Christmas trees.
I can see that, yeah. One thing that's interesting, after we watch, it's a good attempt through the trees there for Kristen. On hole 7, it's a gentle slope downhill about the first half or third of the hole, and then it's a much sharper slope down to the basket. So the basket is invisible. It's blind behind the topography of that hole.
Oh.
Missy thinking she's going to have enough power to do a jump putt there. It looks like the wind just got underneath that and threw it down to the ground.
She seems to be looking at the grass. I mean, did she catch?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised that she's doing a jump putt here because this is a long way to the pin.
Very strange. You see her look here at this grass and kind of gives it a whack. So maybe just affecting her as she tried to make that jump up. But yeah, a long way and windy.
Yeah, I think that was a misjudgment on what shot she should throw from there.
Vela Diaz continuing to rely on her forehand to great success. Katrina Allen lining up a birdie putt on 8. Tries to ride the elevator in again. We saw one earlier in the round, but that time just a little bit low. Allen sitting at 2 over in 7th place. Par putt for Missy.
Downhill with a likely headwind.
Oh, that's disappointing after what should have been an easy 3.
Still a little perplexed by that last shot.
Not a gimme for bogey. Good confident stroke, and Missy Gannon puts it in. She will drop to 3 over par. Now 5 shots back of Vela Diaz. Macy keeping it going.
And not taking anything for granted. I like how she stayed in her routine for that shot.
Pierce in for par. And Carey in for par. So the feature card will head over to hole 8, where Chris Tatar is putting, and she puts in the par. She remains 4 back of Vela Diaz. Hanley in for par on 9. And that's a bogey for Hansen. Drops her to 2 over. So still not a lot of under par strokes to be had today. Sarah Gilpin setting the early pace at even par. Ended up bogeying on 18.
Nice to see Kona's name in the mix again.
Yeah, great to see her back out on tour. A couple tournaments off. And if she can stay with that 2 over, that's going to be a pretty good round today.
I believe so.
So the feature card heading into hole number 8. Tucked back into the woods.
This is 315 feet. It's par 3. It's placed farther than it looked, slightly uphill.
And that was tracking towards the basket, but just a little high.
That's so good, but yeah, I think it was.
Only 2 birdies so far today on 8. Hanley and Paige Shue. Here's Tatar on the tee of 9. Hanley on the box on 10. Just missing the gap to the right.
That was a big miss on the line for Katrina. There is an out and around if you're throwing a forehand, but if you're going backhand, you're most likely trying to go right up the gut.
Pierce didn't get that turned over enough. Finds the trees left. Back to Allen.
There is OB pretty close behind this basket.
And a big miss there again from Allen. So circle 2 par putt coming up. Gannon way high. Let's take a look here at hole number 8.
Hole number 8, 315 feet. This tunnel shot has a low ceiling and it plays farther than it looks. The basket is tucked back into those trees. The 3 trees or so that you can see on the right hand side, that's about 100 feet from the pin. It can be very hard to get the disc high enough to get to the basket without clipping these limbs on the left hand side.
Let's send it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, it seemed like we might see some cleaner tee shots. What gives out here on the protected hole 8?
Yeah, I really felt like this was this feature card's best opportunity to score. It's kind of out of the wind, both on the green and the tee. It is a tricky shape and plays a little longer than 315, but man, it sure has been a tough day so far this morning.
Certainly has. Here's Madison Walker on the 10th, sitting at 2 over. And that gets down there.
She should have an open look for her birdie.
So birdie attempt from Tatar not there, so she'll have a tap in for par. Back to Handley. Good shot.
Here's an example of just how thick and angry the rough can be.
So we couldn't really see, but we could hear Pierce just catching trees on her second shot there. Bella Diaz has separated with clean play and good decision making.
Gentle curving sidearm around that tree. Beautiful shot.
Bella Diaz has only played Music City Open twice, but she was in 3rd place both times in 2021 and last year.
Looks like we might see another forehand roller out of Page. I think it's a good thing that it hit that tree. I'm not sure it was going to curve back up towards the green, so she's at least got an open look at it.
Madison Walker putting for birdie on 10. Never really had a chance.
It's asking a lot going from a knee to get the disc high enough to get into a raised basket like that. Just a little bit too low.
Close. Not there, though. Here's Nina Guerrero once again, going for just a third birdie of the day on 10. You bet. Her first birdie.
That's a good example of just how tough the course is playing, because hole 10 is only 285 feet. Look at that putt from Paige.
40 feet. Saves the bogey.
As I was saying, on hole 10, in good conditions, that's a hole that most of the girls are going to expect to get.
Oh, and that just won't stick for Missy Gannon.
Just a little bit off to the right.
Vela Diaz for par. Gets it to go. So coming up to the end of this front nine, 2 birdies, 6 pars, no bogeys. Tatar. That's a great line from Kristen Tatar. Best shot we've seen on hole 10. And that will set her up for a short birdie putt. What will be her second of the day. Handley on 11.
Oh, nice kick up to the basket for Handley.
That's the friendliest kick I've ever seen on that hole.
It's a little high. It's going to hyzer her off a bit.
Madison Walker on the 11th. Needs to get a skip. Oh, that's a good shot from Madison Walker.
Inside circle 1.
Ella coming off back-to-back bogeys. Oh, boy.
She missed her line. That's too high. There's a low ceiling on this hole as well, right by the basket. Almost looked like she might have slipped on the end of the tee pad there.
Well, so far, for all the struggles we've seen out here, the scorecards are still pretty tight. And if conditions improve, I feel like we could see a lot of movement tomorrow on moving day.
Yes, I agree. I think that there are a lot of birdieable holes out there, and if we maybe get a few degrees warmer and dry up the land a little bit, we'll see many more of those falling.
Check in with Kona Montgomery, back on tour, and a great day. 1 over is going to be one of the better rounds today. I think she's leading right now, strokes gained tee to green.
Nice to see her come back with a strong round. Finishing off the very long uphill 18 with a birdie. Excellent way to walk off the course.
Found a green in regulation more than 60% of the time today. That is number 1.
Macy's tee shot a little low on hole 9.
Katrina lays it up on 10. Drop in par putt for Allen. To the 9th.
It's understandable that players are throwing low here for two reasons. One, there's a low ceiling, but also the OB behind the basket comes up very fast as there is a little bit of a downward slope to this entire fairway.
That's into Missy Gannon putting range. So the lead card heading up the fairway on hole number 9. There's Kristen Tatar tapping in for the birdie after the beautiful drive on 10. So Tatar hanging around. She's back to 1 over, just 3 shots off the lead. Hansen deep in the woods on the right.
Trying just to get out and doesn't quite do so safely.
Pierce slides it up inside the circle. Steady as she goes for Macy Vela Diaz. Very smooth. Sarah Gilpin started her tournament with 8 straight pars, but then bogeyed the 9th. So Macy Vela Diaz can become the first bogey-free front 9 with that putt. Gannon for birdie. No, and oh boy, that's flirting with the out of bounds. I think it stayed safe, so she'll have a par putt. High from Deanne Carey. Still hunting for her first birdie of the round. Wow.
That's the second circle 1 putt we've seen Paige miss in in recent history.
I think that's going to go on the scorecard as her 4th C1X miss today. Some of those might have been layups, but not an ideal start for Paige Pierce, who's going to fall to 8 over par outside the top 30.
Not to mention the 3 OB strokes that she's already taken.
Well, I think she is safe. Nate, did you get a look at that? Was Missy Gannon safe there? That's what Udis is telling us.
Yeah, Missy was safe. And Charlie, I did want to note that we are just about at the 2-hour mark through the front 9. One of the longest front 9s that we've been a part of this season.
It has been a grinder out here, Nate. As Vela Diaz Cards the par to remain 2 under and bogey free through the front. So Hansen can't deliver after the punch out of the woods. She'll be putting for bogey. Walker got the great kick off the tee shot, and this is for birdie. Yeah, it just wouldn't go.
Just a little on the left-hand side. Still a nice-looking putt.
It's a couple circle one misses now after a red-hot start for Walker on the green.
Talk about a nice kick on the fairway. Beautiful.
Hanley taps it in, and she is now tied for the lead with Macy Vela-Diaz. And Vela-Diaz, a lot of pars, not a lot of big chance taking. Holland Hanley has been more aggressive.
Yes, two very distinct ways of attacking this course. Macy playing conservatively, playing within herself, and Holland really trying to take advantage where she can, and sometimes it's helping and sometimes it's resulting in a bogey.
5 birdies, 3 bogeys for Hanley to get to her 2 under par.
Hole 12 plays out this gap. The farther you are on the left, the better, as you'll have a nicer look at the basket that is tucked in on the right. That needs to turn back right. The rough on hole 11 is very rough. Macy with a good line off the tee through the gap, just keeping it low and probably not in birdie range. She's probably going to lay that one up.
Here's a second shot from Madison Walker on the 12th after getting caught up early.
It's just the water.
Checking in on the out of bounds potential. There's no string along the right side.
Good use of the forehand roller there for Madison to climb left up that hill after she gets through the gap.
That just never got turned. There's no OB on the left side on 10, but out of position for Gannon. Allen pitching up on the 11th.
It's a little bit high, probably going to fade off to the left.
No chance at birdie for Pierce. Here's Tatar. Oh, the birdie putt on 11 comes low off the cage. That's her 3rd circle 1 miss today. Lisa Fakis. This also for birdie. Got it, and that is her first birdie of the day. Back to 10. Vela-Diaz, forehand approach. Continuing to lean on that forehand. I will note, we've seen a lot more birdies on the back nine today than the front. Did you get the sense, Juliana, that the back nine was more scoreable?
Well, there are some shorter holes in the back nine. So we've got like 8, 9, 10 right here in this area. They're all around 300 feet or under. So that definitely allows more birdie opportunities. But I actually thought some of the longer holes in the front were definite birdies. It's just the conditions are really making things tougher today. Interesting that this is mostly open. This course is mostly open, but yet we have seen Paige throw 3 forehand rollers. We just saw Missy throw a forehand roller. Oh, perhaps 4. She going for another one? Though when you're that accurate with it, why not? And we saw Madison with a forehand roller. So interesting and kind of fun to see the women choosing these slightly less traditional shots.
Well, check out this scorecard from Henna Blomroos. No birdies until hole 12. Finishes 2 over despite a double bogey on 8. Wow, crazy round. And
way to fight back, though.
Yeah, got the last 8 holes onto the green in regulation after only 2 through the first 10. So Henna back into the mix and tied for 7th. Deanne puts it in. Bella Diaz for par. Holding on to this 2 under score. Birdies on 1 and 6. Pierce in for par. And Gannon tapping in for the bogey. She has just the 1 birdie on hole 4. Here's Walker. On the 12th.
The basket is tucked back to the right-hand side.
Maybe not what she was quite looking for there. Hanley's going to throw from a similar spot. She'll go forehand.
That also stays out fairly wide.
That wind pushing those discs down as they try to come in towards the green. So, we talked a lot about Macy and Holland, but Sarah Gilpin, Chrissy Fountain, Kona Montgomery, some names we haven't seen up on the top of the leaderboard much this season. Chrissy Fountain has 2 birdies, just 3 bogeys. Gilpin in the clubhouse at even. So Deanne Carey just carded her first birdie of the day, and she takes the box. That's got to feel good.
Got a good kick on that. She turned that over a little bit too much, but it kicked back towards the opening. This hole's only 270 feet, but it is slightly uphill, and with that low ceiling, it can be hard to get close to the basket. Macy has no trouble getting up there.
About a 25-foot putt for a birdie to get to 3 down. Pierce.
A little high and right.
Gannon tied for 16th.
Also on the right-hand side.
You think the wind directional change is causing some problems today?
I do think that that's actually I think it should make the players change their game plan, but maybe they aren't doing so enough to compensate.
I've seen a lot of tee shots kind of end up in the wrong spot. Overturned. Walker. Not the ideal shot there for Walker, so she's going to have double bogey look coming up. Tatar.
It's a very nice shot by Kristen. The farther you are on the left-hand side of that fairway, the better for your next shot.
Holland's third shot on 12. So she'll putt for par. Allen on the tee.
So just needs to get by that tree. Good shot.
So Pierce stepping out wide. A lot of zip on that throw.
Looked like it had a chance to hit the chains there for a second, but unfortunately flew past.
And that for bogey for Madison Walker off the cage, so she will tap in for double bogey. It's going to drop her back to 4 over, so strong start, starting to slide a bit.
Missy not able to get quite enough power to get up to the basket there from circle 2.
Carey trying to go back to back. Now 0 for 6 from circle 2 today. Here's Ella Hansen for birdie on 12. Good shot. Low, dead center. Hansen moves to 3 over, back inside the top 10. All right, Vela Diaz with a chance to retake the outright lead.
Some tricky footing here with those rocks.
Puts it in. Macy Vela Diaz continuing to putt well, and she is now 3 under and has a 1-shot lead over Holland Handley. Pierce continues to find the band. Another bogey coming for Pierce. Gannon with a short par putt. She remains at 5 over. With that, Deanne taps in, and we're going to take a break. Macy Vela Diaz out in front. Can she continue this bogey-free round? Coming up, we'll find out.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The plastic feels great, and it's going to be something you're always going to want to reach for.
Disc golf education is important because it prolongs the length of our sport and the popularity of our sport, and the most receiving of disc golf is children. So if we get that introduced to them young, they might grow up to be the next Paul Macbeth or the next Paige Pierce, and we don't know it.
I just think the plastic is very premium.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
It's something I can consistently trust.
You're going to want to put multiple discs in your bag.
You can only say so much where they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Hi guys, Ricky Wysocki here. We are starting the Saki Bomb Foundation. The main goal for me is to really give back to the sport, start kids from a young age, and expose them to the great sport of disc golf that we all love. We got a website going, sakibombfoundation.org. There's lots of different things you can do on the website. I've heard the older generation of disc golfers saying, I wish I would have started disc golf when I was younger, and now I'm able to start these kids off at a young age through my foundation. It really means a lot to me, and it means a lot for the sport. To donate and go to the website, sakibombfoundation.org.
Acevella Diaz in the lead here at the Music City Open in the back nine of the first round here in Nashville, Tennessee, and she's on the box after the birdie on 11. Nate Perkins, tell us about this tee shot.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight gap right off the tee, maybe 8 feet across, and they're playing back with the wind, but it's enough of a left to right that it makes the right-hand backhand not able to swing back to the open side of the fairway.
You can see that disc getting pushed down as it comes out into the open.
That's going to come into play on their second shot as well, as they have to go from left to right down towards the tree line where the basket is on the right-hand side. So it's going to be hard to then judge how far the disc is going to fly from left to right when you put it on the turnover line.
.429-foot par 4.
First shot plays uphill. Once you get towards the tee, it's going to play downhill.
Good shot from Pierce, pushing it up the hill, giving her a little bit more angle into the green. Here's Hanson's second shot, and she finds a tree. She's on hole 13. Now Handley also on 13.
The key on 13 is to be lined up with this gap right here off your drive. She should be in position to have an opportunity for a birdie.
And you can see the mud as the players and caddies walk past that low spot, and there's plenty of places like that out on the course.
This is hole 12 that we're looking at. It does slope down towards the tree line along the middle. The play is out to the left, right about where they're stopping right now. That's where their drives ended up. And they have to play back around that bulge in the tree line to the basket behind it.
Carey going to Anheuser backhand. Well,
It's a fine place to be for par.
Feels like advantage Vela Diaz here again. Her forehand has been the biggest weapon on the card today, and a much more natural forehand approach.
Though you do need to make sure that it stops in time. There is a tree line on the right-hand side, and if you go long right, there is water OB. Wow. Beautifully
That's
done.
How you do it.
She kept that nice and low, so the wind didn't have a lot of opportunity to get underneath it and to push it back towards the trees.
Let's take a look at that on the Zuka replay. Just riding it into the green, letting the wind do its thing, and putting it to 15 feet. Paige Pierce's caddy loved it. And Macy liked what she saw as well, so a chance to get to 4 under. Gannon to just outside the circle. And the difference really feels like the forehand versus the backhand here.
In the news conference, Macy said that she was happy that she had the power forehand to rely on, and boy, is it really coming into play today.
Third year in a row playing the Music City Open for Vela Diaz. Back-to-back podiums. Chatting a little bit, and Vela Diaz has had some top 3 finishes at Elite Series events, but never a win. Trying to get her first as a touring pro. Obviously a lot of golf left to play, but looking very sharp here in the early goings. Oh, Pierce. Just low off the cage.
Missy looking down at the basket with the OB line behind her.
That was right on line and just a little bit low. Par putt here for Deanne Carey. Oh. Wow. Vela Diaz for birdie. Her lead is 2. She moves to 4 under, still bogey free. Wow, she is playing great. Let's take a look at some of the best shots today from Macy Vela Diaz. It's been the forehand that's been the key to success.
Macy, a Tennessee native, playing very well in her home state.
We saw the shot a moment ago. That was her birdie on 1. Sticks it here on 6 for her second birdie.
She's done a good job playing within herself, not trying to go for too much, not getting the disc up in the air where the wind can have its way with it.
Great angle control into the green on 12, tapping it in for the birdie. 4 down through 12.
Yeah, for the drive. Come on, this is a good drive. I have muck boots if you need them.
Bit of a walk to hole 13.
That's what I played in yesterday.
Here's Tatar on the tee of 13.
There's a significant uphill component to the drive of hole 13.
Handley up ahead for the birdie putt. Trying to cut the lead to 1.
Just a little bit low. She wanted that one.
Allen teeing off on 13.
That is a fairly generous gap off this tee. The play is to throw through that gap and have it fade off to the left so that you are in line with the gap in the tree line in front.
Well, let's take a look at the scorecards. Leaderboard still pretty stacked up, but Vela Diaz beginning to get a little bit of separation. I just really haven't seen any of the top players in the field look totally dialed in. Allen, after clipping the tree off the tee shot, throwing her second.
Once players get through the gap here, the hole turns left quite severely. Very good shot.
Very tricky spot to be in here for Allen. Just terrible footing.
Really has no option for a run up here. Has to do a standstill. She did a good job getting through that gap. The way that she had her back leg back behind her, it really turned her shoulders and made it more likely that she was going to clip the left side of that gap. So that was a very good job changing the angle of the release so that she can make it through that gap.
Big sidearm from Handley on 14. Here's Kat Murch.
Looks like she's going over the top. Looks like based on the flag, we do have a left to right wind, which could help this shot. But that is pretty high to get up and over.
Oh, and hit the tree. Holds the gooseneck out there.
I do like the attempt there.
Well, good spirits as always from Kat Murch. She's got one birdie today. She's just sitting at 3 over. tied for 11th. Here's her third shot. Still a chance to save par.
Beautiful control of that sidearm shot.
Maybe points at the idea of going over there. Not much punishment if you hit the tree like she did, as she dials up a really nice approach.
Provided that she's on the front side of those trees. If she's down in the middle, it's going to be pretty hard to have a clean shot through there.
Good point. If you're watching today's live round one coverage on YouTube, make sure you get yourself a Disc Golf Network subscription. Watch every single round, including all of the final round coverage. Coverage continues this afternoon with MPO, and then tomorrow for round 2. So you can scan that QR code or go to discgolfnetwork.com to subscribe today. Some nice looking Gibson guitars there. As we take a look at our current point standings, Katrina Allen sitting up there at number 1. Our leader, Macy Vela-Diaz, down there in 10th place. And lots of movement still to be had, but, you know, last year's unanimous number 1, Kristen Tatar, down in 7th.
Plenty of time for her to find her way up to the top again.
Vela-Diaz on 13, going to the backhand. You can really see the elevation. Yep. It's hard to overstate it. You know, I think it even is a little bit muted watching on camera compared to actually being out here.
Yes, this may be the largest uphill component to the drive that we have off of a tee.
Tailwind left to right on this tee shot.
Players are hoping that their disc falls left again so that they've got some kind of a look through that opening in the tree line.
Here's Tatar for birdie up on the green. And that time just enough on the center pole to drop. And that's now 3 birdies in the last 4 holes for Kristen Tatar, and she is under par, 3 shots off the lead. Hanley pitching out. And Kristen Tatar, we saw the slow start, but there she is back inside the top 3.
She's gotten 3 of the last 4 holes, so if she keeps with that momentum, she could find herself on the lead card again tomorrow.
So let's take a look at this. This is a list of the podium finishes, top 3 finishes on the Elite Series since 2021. Paige Pierce has the most, but look at that for Kristen Tatar.
14 out of 15.
Unbelievable.
It really is.
That's the kind of dominance that she showed. Of course, playing a lot fewer tournaments than Pierce. Tatar not in the U.S., competing very much at all in 2020 and 2021. Of course, the COVID-19 pandemic making it very difficult to travel internationally. Standstill forehand for Vela-Diaz.
Good shot through the gap. Another example of Macy not trying to be too aggressive.
Eight circle 1X makes for Macy Villa-Diaz today on the green. She's been rock solid in that 15 to 25 foot range.
Most of those putts have been closer to 15 feet due
That's
to
right.
the very accurate sidearm approaches that she's had.
Great look at the flight of that disc, Gannon outside the circle. Oh, what a shot from Deanne Carey. Beautiful.
Fantastic line through the gap for Deanne. It's blind from this side, so the players don't actually know how close they are to the basket once they release. A little
Pierce,
long for Paige.
yeah, pushing it past. Holland Hanley putting for par on the 14th. Confident stroke from Hanley. She remains 2 shots back of Villa-Diaz. Nina Guerrero currently sitting at 18th, and she puts it in for par. Villa-Diaz approaching on 13.
Another very good sidearm approach by Macy.
Charlie Eisenhood, Juliana Korver with you. We're here at Mill Ridge, just off of 18. Oh, and Missy Gannon just missing the birdie putt. Deanne sees where her disc landed. Worth noting, we're coming off of our first off week of the entire tour season so far. What's it like as a player to have that week off?
Well, there's two different groups of players. There are those who can afford to take the week off, and then there are those who choose to find other tournaments along the way to try to make a little bit more money on the road. Having the opportunity to take the week off can really reset you mentally and allow your body to rest, which is fantastic. Macy last weekend went home and played a B tier and won a B tier in her region, so perhaps that was good motivation for her to remember what it feels like to be on top of the podium.
Well, we can't see Paige, but there's her disc. So she'll have a par putt from about 25 feet. Kristen on the tee of 14.
14 lines up well for, well, as we can see right there, for the sidearm shot around the trees, right back towards the basket.
That's a grace right to the basket for Tatar. She's heating up.
It's a fine shot on 15. We've seen a couple off the band, a couple on the tray, and now that one was a little bit off to the right.
For par. Bella Diaz now through 13 holes without a bogey. There has never been a bogey-free FPO round at Mill Ridge. Pierce in for the bogey. And Deanne in for another birdie. Her second of the day. So really picking it up after a very slow start. Here's Allen putting up ahead on 14. Wow, just way off that time for Allen. She missed a couple low last time we saw her on the green, and there she overcorrects. And if you want to make sure you follow along with all the storylines and catch up on the round, if you missed it, go to watch Tournament Central on DGN. Terry Miller and Nate Perkins will be breaking down everything in this FPO first round and get you ready for the MPO round as well. So tune in before every round and between rounds on Tournament Central. Back to Katrina. She does stay inbounds. So she puts it in for the par. She's remaining at 3 over, 7 shots back of Bella Diaz. Four of the last 5 now for Kristen as she puts the birdie in after the beautiful tee shot on 14. She is now in a tie for second with Holland Handley, just 2 shots back of Bella Diaz. Starting to find the green. That's now 7 straight holes finding the green in regulation.
This is Holland's second shot on hole 15. She highs it off a little bit in the left-hand side into the tree line. There is not OB on that side. The basket is tucked back left between that gap.
Deanne says hello.
Hole 14, it's 300 feet. There is a dead straight shot at the basket that Deanne just pured.
Perfect.
There's also a nice sidearm shot that we just saw Kristen do with great success.
Macy swinging it way out left. And bringing it right back in. That's a carbon copy of what we saw from Kristen Tatar.
It really is. And the reason that left side, that forearm gap is so nice is because there is an OB line. You can see it on the right-hand side that would definitely come into play if you have an errant kick. Could be easy to end up on the wrong side of the string there.
A little bit short from Gannon, just outside the circle. Page a little bit deep. Also just a pace outside the circle. Having fun on the card, and why not with shots like this?
Such beautiful control. Again, keeping it low. Wind has no opportunity to do anything to that disc. Puts it right by the pin.
Well, I can't say for sure, but I think she might have thrown a grace there, like literally the same disc, same execution, same everything we just saw from Kristen Tatar. You think she watched her throw it. So here's Tatar, who's now red hot. 4 birdies in the last 5 holes. Teeing off on 15.
15 is a par 4. Good distance off the tee. That looks very similar to where we saw Holland throw.
Hanley throws her 3rd shot there, so she's got a short putt for par. Gannon for birdie.
There is OB behind the basket.
Well, we just watched Katrina also sky the basket here. I wonder if there's a little wind. Page, 10 over. Trying to get in a birdie, claw back. Also high, tips it off the top of the basket.
Those limbs overhead are going to make this little bit of a tricky stance. There we go. She's going to kneel down so she is underneath them.
Great patience. Gannon finds her footing and finds the par putt. Big high five with Paige. For birdie, Vela Diaz to get to 5 under par. You bet. Macy Vela Diaz trying to turn this into the Macy City Open. She has been locked in. We'll be back in just a moment.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice with teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the sexy sweet and spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Hey Disc Golf Network fans, I have great news for you. Discmania is dropping my new 2023 Cloudbreaker next week. I love how the new Horizon plastic feels. You can get the ultimate distance driver next week on the Discmania store or at your local retailer. Thank you so much for the support and keep on dreaming.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature. It's the lucky shots. It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc. Or two. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Welcome back to Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the Music City Open. Let's talk about Korver's Keys to close it out. Presented by blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
There is a significant walk between hole 15 and hole 16, and it's uphill. So I recommend getting there quickly before the rest of your group so that you can take a little breath so that you have an opportunity to throw with your heart rate at a normal pace once you get to 16. 16 and 17 are both island holes over water, so it's important to keep it in bounds. The wind might come into play there, but both of them are also not all that treacherous. It's just whenever you're throwing over water, you need to be careful.
Tatar throwing her second there, well short of the green. Katrina ended up going out of bounds, so this is her third shot. Tricky putt coming up for Katrina. Got a little bit of a backup for our feature card on hole 15.
Hole 15 is a par 4, 666 feet. It is lined on the right side the entire way with out of bounds. And on the left side, there is a tree line.
Tatar jump putting her approach. She's got a short tap in for par. To 16, Ella Hansen on the tee. This is an island hole. Ella Hansen safely on the island. All smiles. Handley tied for second. Going to hypnotize us with the disc here. Oh, that slides deep and out of bounds long, so she'll have to go to the drop zone after missing the island. Here's Vela Diaz.
Catches the trees on the right-hand side. That tree's about 200 feet from the tee, but at least it's on the right-hand side instead of on the left-hand side. It gives a little bit better line towards the gap in front of the basket.
Macy has never led between rounds at an Elite Series or a major. Currently sitting on a 3-shot lead.
The landing zone on this fairway is generous. It's about 80 feet wide. Paige going a little aggressive. Getting huge distance off the tee.
Great shot from Pierce. And I want to set it down to Nate Perkins. Nate, it seems like we're starting to see a little bit more action, a little bit more birdies. What's going on? Is the weather taking a turn for the better?
Yeah, it's definitely warmed up just a bit, and I think on this back nine, it's just heading back with the wind, and so a little bit more favorable there. And yeah, it seemed like this card was pretty low energy there on the front, but things are looking brighter here on the back. And I'm just kind of walking through a nice patch of these blooming yellow buttercup flowers that are just sprinkled all over the property here at Mill Ridge. It's actually starting to feel pretty pleasant out here, guys.
Springtime in Tennessee.
Are you trying to get there?
Just trying to get it straight.
You think,
I don't want to turn it.
we try to keep it on a pretty level? What do you think?
I don't know, because the left is really bad. He landed that. But also, this one or the right?
Probably this.
Okay, you got the meeting? You can try that light one up with me.
Whatever you... I just think explore because you can keep it pretty straight.
Yeah. Should I go red one or white one?
Is the red one stable?
Red one's a little stable.
Is the white one this one?
Yeah. No, white one's more stable.
Well, then red one.
Great insight into the disc selection process.
That's a good shot. She got a favorable kick. She was probably about 430 feet from the pin. There's a little bit of a bottleneck there. OB on the right-hand side, so that was a good shot.
Holland Hanley out of bounds on 16 from the drop zone. So bogey coming up for Hanley. That's Tatar in for the par on 15. So Tatar about to take over solo second place. That needs to sneak back towards the fairway, and it's not looking good. But no, there's the green flag. So must be right on the line. Barely safe, and a nice break for Gannon. Here's Ella Hansen putting for birdie on 16. She's trying to get into a tie for 8th. Cashes it in. Her 4th birdie of the day. Carey.
Basket is to the left.
Just inside the circle. Vela Diaz holding strong, has the 2nd most all-time wins in Tennessee.
Look at how easy Paige made that look. Her drive was so far down the fairway that she had a slow.
So well played by Pierce, and she's going to have a tap-in birdie. Oh, we got some four-legged friends coming by to check out the disc golf. Saying hello to everybody at home. I like his Carhartt coat that he's got on there. It's very stylish. Oh, couple guys. So again, slides it up inside the circle. Short putt for par. Up to Tatar on 16. Going high, Spike Heiser. Oh, puts it 10 feet from the basket. Tatar looking to lock up a lead card appearance in round 2, which would be her 38th out of 41 lead card appearances since the start of 22.
That's certainly a record.
Alan? Nicely done. Now to 17. Trying to make it 3 straight birdies. That's got to hurry. And that is definitely in the OB. So it's not an island hole. She'll go to where it was last inbounds. Carry low on the putt. Macy putting for par. And the bogey-free round comes to an end here on hole 15. The putter has been rock solid, but just pushes that one a little bit right. So in for the bogey. She is still out in front by 2 strokes over Kristen Tatar. Couple of tap-ins for Gannon and Carey, and Paige Pierce with her easiest birdie of the day. That brings her to 9 over par. Still one of her worst rounds of the last 4 years. High forehand from Handley.
The basket is behind those trees off to the right-hand side. That was a good shot.
Murch for birdie. Rings it up. Gets her to 3 over par. Man, Katrina just hasn't been able to really get it dialed in on the green today. Tatar, birdie. 4 under. Check that, make it 3 down.
5 of the last 7 holes for Kristen.
Very impressive. She's now just 1 shot off the lead. And here we go. They're working on the ace prize here on hole 16. So Gibson Guitars gonna give anybody who throws in an ace a beautiful Music City Open branded guitar. That is fantastic. And that's the trophy for the winner. And I feel like the trophies on tour are taking a step up. You know?
I definitely agree with that. Yes, this is absolutely gorgeous and so appropriate for Nashville.
We had custom belt buckle, custom cowboy hat. Now we got the custom Gibson guitar. A lot of players still within 6 shots of the lead. Macy Villa-Diaz has finished on the podium 44 out of the 45 times she's played in Tennessee. Now, of course, a lot of B and C tiers in the mix there, but has never missed the podium here at the Music City Open as an elite or silver. Let's take a look at hole 16.
This is 305 feet. It's par 3, 20 feet of elevation loss. I think this is a really fun shot. You do have to, if you're going straight at it, you do have to make sure that you're above these trees in the middle of the valley here. But one thing that's fun is that the slope of the green is such that it almost feels like you're throwing a dart at a dartboard. You've got a backstop. We have seen players throwing the spike hyzer, but if you go straight at it, it's hard to go long because of that backstop.
Guitar, says Paige. Pierce will go to the drop zone. Overhead view of Deanne Carey's drive. On the green. Safe on the green for Gannon. This is a brand new hole on the course this year, added after last year's MCO. Ooh, Vela Diaz gets caught up in the tree, and she is also going to head to the drop zone. Downhill circle 2 putt for par.
Just kept turning.
Yeah, I just kept turning to that tree. And I was like, okay, maybe keep turning, because I thought we would find that gap. At least we have a drop zone, though.
Yeah.
We don't got to rethrow.
That'd be so bad.
Maybe I could have tried the hyzer, but...
No, the tail one was dropping it.
Holland Hanley putting for birdie. Not there. Her third circle 1 miss in the last 5 holes. So Ella Hansen, after throwing from the other side of the lake after going OB, is here trying to save bogey. About 35 feet.
Very good attempt. A little bit low.
So she's going to take a double bogey and drop back to 4 over par. Hanley for par. So she remains in 3rd place, heading to 18. Pierce from a knee at the drop zone. A little bit low, so bogey putt coming up. Macy's not even gonna give it a chance. Doesn't want to make it any worse, so she is going to drop to 3 under and into a tie with Kristen Tatar for the lead. Off chains for Carey. Gannon for birdie. Sticks it. So Gannon back to 4 over. Getting some love from her card mates. Oh, and Deanne just continuing to struggle on the green. Pierce's bogey drops her to 10 over. She's now in a tie for 36th. She has not finished this low after a round in quite some time. Her worst position between rounds at an Elite Series or a major is 21st, and she's currently sitting in 36th. To Kristen on 17. Tombstones it inside the circle. Potentially a chance to take the lead here at the end of round 1.
That is a huge shot for Holland Hanley. That fairway goes downhill and then back uphill, so it is very hard to get that much distance off the tee.
Despite very different starts to the round, we see Kristen and Macy tied at the top. Kristen was 2 over through 9 holes. Macy was 2 under, but Kristen has been very sharp in the back 9. Back-to-back bogeys for Vela Diaz. Kona Montgomery sitting there in 5th place. If she stays inside the top 5, it'll be the first time since the 2021 MVP Open that she'll be top 5 at the end of a round at an Elite Series or a major.
This is an overview of hole 17. There's a significant downhill component to this hole, at least 25 feet of elevation loss. More if you're looking at just clearing the water. After you clear the water, it's back up again towards the basket.
Nate Perkins, tell us about the wind conditions here on 17.
It's pretty gnarly, Charlie. We're talking 20-mile-per-hour gusts right now. Headwind, slight right to left, makes the turnover backhand incredibly difficult. And there's enough wind that it makes Macy's power forehand pretty scary as well. So definitely one of the tougher tee shots we've seen all day.
And even though it is a green surrounded by out of bounds.
I threw that tie-dye distance in the water. Did it come back in bounds?
Not that I know of. It looked like it went straight from my angle. But I gotta be honest, it's hard to tell from here.
Okay.
And that conversation right there is important because this is not an island green, even though it is just surrounded by OB, the same as 16. There's no drop zone, so it's where you were last in bounds. So Kat Mertz trying to find out, did it cross over in bounds before it went into the water? If so, she would take it on this side. Otherwise, she'll have to go back across to the other side. So they're still trying to figure out the situation. Well, we'll figure out what happens there, but while we wait, let's check out Holland Hanley after the monster drive on 18.
I'm amazed by this. She can see the pin. There's so much of elevation rise on the fairway here that most drives are not going to have any opportunity to see the pin from where their drives end up. This is a par 5. She is definitely looking at a birdie here with maybe even a long eagle opportunity.
So ultimately, Kat Murch does get the approval that she crossed in bounds. So she took it from that side. Fakis. And that's trickling towards the out of bounds, but will stay safe. I don't think I've ever seen so many chain outs in a round.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if the chains are slippery because it's wet. I don't know what the deal is, but yes, we have seen a lot of shots that seemed like they had good pace, hit the chains nicely, and just ricocheted right off the edge.
Insult to injury for Fakis. Tatar never got the elevation on that putt. So she'll have a par putt coming back. Katrina in for par. Pretty colorful scorecard for Kat. She's at 5 over. Tatar remains tied for first with Vela Diaz. Back to 18. Nina Guerrero throwing her third shot. Got some fans in the crowd for Nina. Here we go, 17 feature card. Oh, it sneaks through for
Finds
Missy
a way.
Gannon.
Wow.
That looked like a surefire water, and somehow it finds its way to the green. Pierce playing it more conservatively to the left side.
Too far left. Finds the out of bounds.
And that's going to be a question of whether that crossed over inbounds area or not. I don't know. Just save for Deanne Carey. Big tee shot here for Vela Diaz. Oh, that's very high.
That's too high. Not even close to being able to get to the edge there.
So another mistake for Vela Diaz, coming off of back-to-back bogeys, and now going to have to go down to the edge of the shore and throw across. Here's Missy Gannon's shot. Somehow this gets through the trees. Seeing eye single right there.
I don't think so. I think it was pretty high.
So Holland Hanley throwing her third shot on the par 5. Just a short approach. And it should be an easy birdie for Handley, which would put her up into a tie with Vela Diaz and Tatar. Although Macy is facing a tough situation right here. A quick correction, that's Hanley sitting at 1 under on the green on 18, and as you can see in your scoreboard, she does go on to make the putt to get to 2 down.
Better height control with that shot, puts it inside of circle 1.
So she's line 3, putting for bogey. Well, Paige is asking about whether or not her disc crossed in bounds. And the spotter saying that she did not, so she will take it from the near side shore. And you just heard her say, so she is going to play this as a provisional. So inside the circle for Paige on the provisional. Nate, did you get a look? Do you think she crossed in bounds before going OB on that left side?
Yeah, as I'm getting closer to the pond, I don't believe she did cross. They weren't able to communicate with the spotter, so she went ahead and played a provisional.
Going to discuss it more with the spotter on the other side. Thanks, Nate. Let's go back to 18. Guerrero putting for the birdie on 18. Not there. To the backwards to the tee, we go to Tatar.
Very good line. Good power.
Playing is one of the easiest holes on the course. It's the 3rd easiest right now. 31% of players taking a birdie. 723-foot par 5. But pretty substantially uphill.
The second half, or the second 2/3 of the hole, is uphill, yes. And most likely the basket is blind from where the drives end up.
Back to Tatar, co-leader. Throwing her second.
Goal is just to get safely through the groupings of trees so that you've got a decent approach on your 3rd.
Well, Vela Diaz with back-to-back-to-back mistakes now. You seeing anything that's causing the issues after such a great round up to that point?
I don't see anything, but they're already about 4 hours in, and there is a lot of walking between holes and even walking on the holes with the elevation. This course is tiring, so I don't know if fatigue is an issue, or perhaps she looked and saw that she was the top of the scoreboard. I'm not sure. Hopefully she can turn it around and finish strong for at least the last hole.
Very birdieable 18 for sure. Carrie for birdie.
You heard what he said, right? Yeah.
Pierce low with the putt. And trending towards one of her worst rounds. Really since the one I can remember the last time like this was Throw Pink back in 21. Her second round, just a disaster.
Gave it an opportunity, just a tiny bit too high.
Again, tried to get back into the top 10 with this birdie. Oh, just low. In for Carey and Gannon and Pierce, and Bella Diaz in for the double bogey. So she drops back to 1 under, now in third place behind both Tatar and Handley. All that great work she did through 14 has largely been undone in the last 3 holes. Here is your solo leader, Kristen Tatar. And that is right under the basket. She's got a short birdie putt coming up. And wow, what a turn of events.
How quickly things have turned around.
Holland Handley is standing by in the clubhouse.
Okay. All right, we're here with Holland Handley after round 1, opening round, 2 under.
Mm-hmm.
Currently in third place. How you feeling?
Pretty good. I mean, I knew I was throwing the disc really well. I was really happy off the tee. Putting was kind of not really what I was looking for, but with it being so windy, I'm sure that's going to be a common story out here.
So, I believe you were the only birdie on hole 1 today.
Oh, sick.
Indeed. And I'm looking at the front 9. A lot of this, a lot of up and down. Walk us through what was going through the birdie, bogey, bogey, birdie, like that kind of cadence.
Yeah, so like I said, I mean, hole 1, I threw it about 150 feet further than I ever had in practice and had just a really easy zone shot up into the green. And so that was a nice surprise. And then hole 2, putting error. And then hole 3, it's kind of a weird one with hole 3. Sometimes the kicks are fine and sometimes they're not. So, you know, it was just kind of when you do get off the fairway here, there's a good chance that it's going to punish you pretty badly. So the couple times I bogeyed were the couple times I did make a mistake off the tee.
So going back to some of those like orange marks on your UDisc scorecard, some of those bogeys, is there any one of those holes that you're really looking to attack tomorrow and maybe make an improvement on something, one specific spot?
Definitely 16. I really loved the shot out of my hand. I was surprised that it got some lift because it felt like a tailwind off the tee, and then I got down to the green and it was actually a little bit of a left-right, so it made sense that it just carried straight forever. So that was one where I was really happy with the shot, but kind of unhappy with the result. And then 17, you know, I got a par, but I actually had an in the circle putt, and so I was a little disappointed to not capitalize on that.
Sure, yeah. Well, and you know, 16, maybe you can cash it in and go home with a guitar too.
I mean, out of my hand, I thought I had a chance, but
yeah,
it just like kept going.
Cool. Any other thoughts for your approach for round 2 tomorrow?
I mean, I'm hoping to make a few more putts tomorrow, but really everything off the tee, I'd keep it pretty much the same. I may staple up in a couple spots where the headwind kind of got the better of me, but not a whole lot that I want to change.
Great. All right. Thanks for joining us, Holland. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Holland Hanley after a strong opening round as Missy Gannon tees off on the final hole here in round 1.
Good.
Juliana, what did you think of Holland's performance today? She ended up with 6 birdies, 4 bogeys.
I think that this course, she's well suited to play well in this course. Her power gives her a couple of opportunities out there that other players may not have, and she's been putting, well, she said she hopes that her putting is a little bit better, but in general she's been putting very well this year, so I'm not surprised to see her towards the top here.
3 of her birdies came on holes with 3 or fewer total birdies on the day. I think that speaks to what she said about her ability to access some birdies others cannot. Here's Vela Diaz trying to bounce back after 4 over par strokes on the last 3 holes. And that's a good start off the tee. Let's take a look here at hole 18.
This is a 723-foot par 5. Players throw over or through the gap in the tree line at the base of the valley. That is about 230 feet from the front of the tee. The land slopes down to the valley and then back up on the other side. It also slopes down from right to left, so you've got a side hill component as well. The part of your second shot that is the most interesting is the fact that you have a side hill run up or an uphill run up, taking away some of your power. The fact that there is a little bit of a sloppy, marshy footing is also going to take away a little bit of your power. The trees that are placed around the pin add a little bit more obstacles, but really it's how far you can get off the tee on your drive to give you an opportunity to get close to the basket on your second.
Very steeply sloped fairway.
So all they need to do right now is get in front of those 2 groupings of trees, and then they're in a good position to get to the basket.
Misfire from Vela Diaz, but an okay spot still.
Yes, she landed up in the front side of that, so she's going to be okay. If that had kicked her backwards, that probably would have added a stroke. Basket's about 300 feet beyond those 2 big clumps of trees and still slightly uphill.
Certainly feels like a must birdie hole here for the field. Currently the 2nd easiest hole on the course behind hole 11. Can hear the wind Third shot for Vela Diaz. You can see the wind whipping. It's going to be a tricky putt for Vela Diaz. Well, let's go back to the clubhouse. Your solo leader currently here after round 1 of MCO. She's standing by with Danny Voss.
All right, we're here with Kristen Tatar. Kristen, currently in first place after the first round. Congratulations on a solid opening round here in Nashville. Just in general, how are you feeling right now?
I have mixed feelings. At first it felt like nothing was going my way, and my game felt like a struggle. Hit the first tree, then threw it in the ground, and it seemed impossible to get out of it. But on the back 9 I apparently found something that clicked and went 6 under, so that really helped me.
Yeah, so when we look at the difference between the front 9 and the back 9 on your scorecard, it's a completely different story between those two halves. So now that you've had a few minutes to sit back and reflect on your round, do you have any idea what it was that clicked on that back half?
I don't know. I kept telling myself that to not give up and just to play my game, follow my game plan, that every hole is a new opportunity. And I guess it worked, because I don't feel like the front 9 is harder than the back 9. It was just me playing bad. But yeah, I'm just happy I got out of it. That's all. Yeah.
Positive attitude goes a long way for sure.
Yep.
So looking at some of those bogeys from the front half today, is there anything in particular that you're really looking to attack or improve on for tomorrow?
I mean, bogeys can happen on every hole. I feel like the bogeys I took today were really random. Just made some really errant shots off the tee, and that really didn't help me at all. So yeah, tomorrow is a new day. I'm just gonna be looking to follow my game plan. I mean, bogeys happen, birdies happen, so I just try to accept whatever comes my way.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I think that sums it up very well. Is there anything else that you have to share as far as what your approach might be for tomorrow? Just any specifics that you'll be focusing on?
I guess I just try to keep my disc in bounds, try to focus on that, and try to not throw it in the ground. That's the main goal. In the front 9. Yeah, but other than that, there's nothing different. I just try to attack the course and see what happens. Yeah.
Kristen, thank you for joining us. Congratulations again on your excellent opening round, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Make some poor shots to start. So Kristen Tatar with some pretty good self-assessment there, Juliana. Just made some really strange mistakes at the beginning of the round.
Well, it's a good lesson to all of us that you can't get down on yourself, because every hole is a new opportunity.
So ultimately, she ends up getting 7 birdies. That's the most in the field. And if the back 9 is any kind of indication, everybody else needs to be very worried about Tatar the rest of the way. Gannon in for the birdie. Vela Diaz laid up, and then now will tap in for par, so she will be on the lead card tomorrow. One of 3 players under par on the day. Vela Diaz, leader for most of the round, but couldn't quite close it out. But still just 3 shots off the lead. And welcome back inside the broadcast booth. We're here at Mill Ridge. It's a real treat to be right on the course. Juliana Korver, Charlie Eisenhood, and look, Kristen Tatar, I mean, she talked about it in the post-round interview there. Just something clicked into place, and then she looks like the Kristen that we've come to know.
You know, that's exactly what I was going to say, is she's now living up to the impossibly high expectations that we put on her shoulders. And it's fun for us to see. And with that kind of an attitude, I'm not surprised that she's able to get back on top.
And Macy Vela-Diaz, I mean, despite some of the mistakes down the stretch there, mostly played excellent disc golf today. The forehand seems like something that she can use all weekend.
Absolutely. Macy can be very proud of her play today. She had a couple of troubles at the end, but all in all, extremely solid performance and something that she can build on tomorrow.
Well, more to talk about. Holland Hanley, of course, sitting in second place. We'll get to that right after this.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential and playing your best.
Is that good?
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
Welcome to Music City Disc Golf. We are a 501c3 nonprofit public charity here in Nashville, Tennessee. We strive on including men, women, juniors, and providing competition for all skill levels. We would like you to come be a part of Music City Disc Golf.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
I just think the plastic is very premium.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
It's something I can consistently trust.
You're going to want to put multiple discs in your bag.
You can only say so much where they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
Here we are at the International Disc Golf Center. The course is just shining for the competitors.
This place means a lot. It's the type of course that where as soon as you think you have it figured out, it shows its teeth.
At a major tournament, there's a different kind of feeling.
Make your career go to the next step. You need to win a major.
We show where we came from and hopefully show where we're going with events like this weekend.
Welcome back to Disc Golf Network's live coverage of the Music City Open. Round one is in the books Macy Vela-Diaz is sitting in third place, and she's standing by with Nate Perkins.
Macy, you managed to find yourself 1 under par on one of the toughest days we've seen on the Disc Golf Pro Tour in quite some time. How are you feeling about that effort?
I feel like I did pretty good. Me and Jamie were definitely just working together very well. Every time we stepped up to a lie, we both knew what the disc to throw. And then obviously I finished pretty bad. You know, yesterday I think you asked me what is going on or what's happening, and that's kind of what's happening. Like I feel like I'm playing great. I keep going. I have like a good groove, and then as soon as I have a bad hole or one bad shot, I crumble, and I don't know how to fix that. But I mean, I'm still happy with 1 down. Obviously, it's the conditions were very bad, and but you know, I wish I would have finished the way I wanted to.
And from our perspective, it seemed like the shift in the wind from what we saw during practice to what we saw today coming out of the Northeast, it seemed like that had a big factor in the golf today. What are your thoughts on the wind?
Yeah, I think for the first couple holes it's okay. You know, it doesn't really affect you much. But once you get down to like 16, 17, you know, the day before when I practiced, the wind was completely different. So I was going hyzer on 16 and then forehand my like more flippy disc on 17. And those two right there, I just counted those as pars, maybe birdies, you know. And then today, with it being such a strong headwind, you have to beef up. You have to throw a disc you never really throw. And then, I don't know, that's all I really have to say about it. I mean, hopefully tomorrow it's not as windy as today and the ground's a little bit drier, so we can come out and I can get those birdies like I did today and finish better.
Yeah, I mean, you looked really poised on the front. You didn't have a bogey on the front 9, and everything seemed to be clicking.
Yeah, I felt pretty calm. I felt like after my practice rounds, I told Jamie, I was like, I don't know, I just feel like a connection here with this course. Probably from where I'm from, Tennessee, this feels like home. So while I was out there, I wasn't really like nervous about my shots or nothing. I was just kind of humble and happy to be out here. So.
Yeah, and I want to get your thoughts on what is it like when you're playing pretty well, you're a few under par, and you notice your competitors are just crumbling all around you. How does that affect you, if at all?
I try not to focus on what they're doing, but then again, it's like you see it right in front of you, so it's hard not to. But I just kept telling myself that, you know, you're throwing these good shots, keep throwing the shots, and try not to think about what they're doing and try not to let it get in their head if they missed a close one right next to you. And it's like, oh, you know, I can miss this one too, but just stay focused and make the putt.
Yeah. Well, I do have to say your power forehand was a lot of fun to watch today.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been working on it a lot. So.
Yeah, what kind of work do you get out into the field or here on the course?
I kind of try to just throw them as much as possible. I know that with my forehand approaches, I usually go to the harp every single time, so that kind of like goes with my distance forehands. I'm like, just throw the same thing but with a driver as I'm throwing my putter. So
well, cool. It was a lot of fun to watch, Macy, and congrats on the 1 down effort today, and we'll see you tomorrow on the lead card.
Thank you so much.
Great stuff from Macy Vela-Diaz. Let's take a look at some of the highlights today. That forehand was on lock.
It really was.
That's hole number 1. One of just 2 birdies on the hole. Interesting to hear her say that she just tries to throw it like she throws her approach shots with the harp.
You know, what I really liked hearing her say is that it was a collaboration between her and her caddy, and it is such an asset to have somebody on your bag that knows your game and that you trust, so that you really can have a conversation to try to figure out what the best shot will be for you.
This is where things started to go a little bit wrong. She took the bogey on 15, then a mistake there on 16, and unable to really practice these shots in the wind conditions during her practice rounds, and that was way off on 17.
It was a little high, and then the wind got underneath it and just threw it way up in the air.
And she didn't miss many putts today, but that was one, and a painful one. But you know, you think about what could have been. You know, she still ends up shooting a 1 under on the round, but if you know, you get pars on those, get the birdie on 18, it could have been a 6-7 under day.
Well, how many times did we mention that she had a bogey-free round? So I think we were all pulling for that to be the case at the end of the day. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep it clean.
Well, we were talking in the break, and Nate Perkins pointed out that the top 3 players on the leaderboard, all really power forehand throwers, and that was clearly the shot on a lot of holes today, and it helped fight through the wind. Do you expect to see that continue and maybe those players to separate who have a strong forehand?
Well, I don't think the wind's supposed to be as strong tomorrow, so it won't be as necessary. But yes, this course does lend itself nicely to that power forehand, just like Macy said in the news conference, and she proved it today.
Well, we haven't talked yet about Holland Hanley. 2 under on the day, all over the place. Birdie, bogey, back and forth, colorful scorecard. What did you make of her performance overall?
Holland's fun to watch. She's aggressive. She's not scared to go for the shots. She's got a lot of different shots in her bag. I kind of expect that we're still going to see both colors on her scorecard moving forward until she gets a few more, until she's around a little bit longer. But again, I think this course suits her well. And I expect that we'll see some more spectacular distance, giving her birdie opportunities.
Sarah Gilpin sitting at even par in 4th place. Didn't really get a chance to see her or Kona Montgomery, who's in the top 5 for the first time in about 18 months. So that's pretty cool to see, and it's nice to have her back on tour. I'm excited to get a look at those players tomorrow since we didn't really get a chance today.
Both those players did a pretty good job staying away from the bogey strokes. Didn't have a ton of birdies, but didn't find a lot of danger. So they should be fun to watch tomorrow as well.
And don't sleep on Henna Blomroos down there in that tie for 6th. She had an extremely slow start. She was 7 over through 12 and then birdied the 5 of the last 7 holes. So ends up coming out with 2 over on the day. And like Kristen Tatar, maybe flip the switch. So maybe we'll see some more from Henna tomorrow. Lots more to come. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 9:45 a.m. MPO coverage coming up this afternoon as well for round number 1 here at the Music City Open. Let's take a look at the OTB shot of the day before we let you go. Here it is. And, it's fun to find out what we're going to get. It's this shot from Kristen Tatar. A beautiful tee shot on 14. It was a rive, not a grace. And that was the same disc that Macy Vela-Diaz threw on the same line for the same birdie. So very cool stuff. Broadcast times, 9:45 FPO tomorrow morning. MPO, 3 o'clock this afternoon Central Time for round 1. Live right here on Disc Golf Network and YouTube for round 1. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. Juliana Korver and Charlie Eisenhood signing off. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning at 9:45 Central.